Good morning and a very warm welcome to this FEI North American Youth Championships. You've joined us for the FEI Junior Team Test. Apologies, we have just faced a few technical issues this morning, so fingers crossed we should be okay from now on as we welcome our first rider into the arena for this FEI Junior Team Test. It is Bennett McWhorter and Dahlia. He is from Region 9 from the United States of America. A fairly nice entry. Nice bend round the circle. And looks in fairly good positioning through the shoulder in. His personal best is 60.606. Could just have been a little more bend through the body with an uphill tendency through the half pass. The weight was just a little too much on the forehand, but into a nice halt. Could have been more on the aids into the rein back. Unfortunately, had a break in the medium trot there across the diagonal. Just saw a few steps of the canter, but a nice transition there back into the walk. And a lovely stretch down into the extended walk here. Horse with fairly nice ground cover. You can see the horse over tracking and really willing to take that stretch down and out. Keeping the rhythm, keeping the march and the walk really nicely. And kept that fairly well through the half pirouette. Could maybe have been a little smaller, a little more centered, but needs to make sure that he keeps that activity. Keeping a good rhythm through the trot work as well. Some nice lengthened strides through the extended trot. Could generally just maybe be a little more through. Good up into the canter. Some nice jump in the canter again, keeping really good rhythm. Could maybe just be a little more collected. And a clean change could have been more through. It was a little bit late to the aids, similar to what we saw earlier on the rein back. He had to ask a couple of times before the horse was really listening. And some problems there in the change. Again, the horse could just be a little bit more on the aids with the rider. Good there, though, into the extended canter, showing a really clear difference. Quarters coming in slightly in the transition back to the collected canter, but keeping a good frame. And there we have it for Bennett McWhorter and Dahlia for US Region 9. And our first to go in this junior team test. And tell you that our judges around the arena at E, we have Germany's Elke Erbert. At H, we have Brenda Miner from Canada. At C, we have Agnieszka Majuska for Poland. At M, we have the United States of America's Carrie McLean, and at B we have Christoph Umbach for Luxembourg. Really nicely presented test. Sometimes could just have had a little more engagement. The horse wasn't quite on the aids into some of the changes, but other than that it was fairly fluent, nice and consistent, and lovely and accurate, well presented test. I think a really promising partnership. Now we just wait for the score to come through, just waiting on one more judge to confirm their mark. It's looking like it's going to be a personal best though. Personal best before was 60.606. Fingers crossed we can bring you that on your screens in a moment. I know we've had some difficulties. So I can tell you that score was 64.576 there for Bennett McWhorter. So next up we have for Region 1, it is Ava Kathryn Noone and Gucci. This is a 13-year-old KWPN gelding. Ava is 17 years old. Sire is Brilliant. And the dam sire Farringdon, owned by Pamela McCready. This is their first North American Championship. Last time out in the team competition, they finished 5th with 59.652. This is, in fact, only their second international together. So a fairly nice start, could just have had a bit more balance into that first halt. Lovely shape of circle there. Could maybe just have been a little more consistent to the contact. A fairly nice halt, just came against her in the contact in the transition down into halt. Just interrupts the fluency of the test. Some nice steps in the medium trot. Could just have had a bit more energy from behind, and that would enable the horse to track up in the medium. Nice here in the walk. Really nice marching. You can really see the horse pushing through the diagonal, really taking that contact down with a nice stretch, a clear over track. Lovely activity in this walk, and that will then help her as she comes into these walk pirouettes, is to keep that energy in the medium walk as she comes round. Yeah, keeping the activity through the walk pirouette there. Nice bend. Well prepared. And you can see that the rhythm stays the same through the walk pirouette. Really well ridden through those. Better contact here into the trot now. Just needs a bit more angle there in the shoulder in. You'd like to see a clear 3 tracks. Yeah, and the horse really willing through the half pass. I think it would just help if she could set the half pass up a little bit more, have a bit more bend, and that would just help her with the positioning of the half pass to get that crossing, to get that cadence as she comes over back to the track. Or late behind there in the change, and again just losing a bit of the throughness in the canter. Much better change there across the diagonal. Again, could be more over the back, be a bit more through. But again, yeah, you could just see the change across that first diagonal. He was much more on her aids. He was much more over the back. And so therefore the change was more likely to be clean. The second time, like here, he was just hollowing slightly. And that's when the engagement isn't there for the horse to really come up and push from the hind leg, because at all times the engine is from the hind leg. Again, showing a bit of difference there through the extended canter down the long side. A good transition down to halt to finish their test. It is Ava Kathryn Noone and Gucci for Region 1. Some nice work through the walk today, really lovely march. You can even see here as he's finished his test. Today some difficulties in the canter, and she just couldn't quite get him soft and over the back enough in the canter, which really did affect those changes today. One really second change across the short diagonal towards E was really nice, and then the rest of them she just didn't quite have the engagement to get a clean change behind. A personal best 79.652. This is only their second competition together. So lots to work on for the future. And as I say, this horse, 13 years old, and Ava's 17. So lots to like there, but also lots to work on for the future as they develop as a partnership. So now moving on to our next rider, we've yet to confirm a score for Ava, so I'll bring that to you when that comes through. But now we have Cale Artz and Boston SWB. They are representing Region 2 and 8. They have come together to form a team. Cale is 18 years old. This is a Swedish warm blood gelding by Bellissimo. This is their first competition together. So great to see them out and about for the first time. And looking good already before they come into the arena. And there you can see a score for Ava Kathryn Noone, 59.576%. So there you can see the starters for Region 2 and 8. And Cale is first to go. Cale Artz and Boston SWB. So Region 2 and 8 from the northeast of North America. Really nice cadence in this trot. Needs a bit more angle there through the shoulder in. Nice bend. Sometimes a little inconsistent to the contact. Lovely hold. Just lost a bit of the straightness before she went into the medium. But again, a clear difference shown there with the medium strides across that diagonal. Could just have had a little more engagement for a bigger mark. Nice marching in the walk. Again, showing an over track. Could have a little more ground cover for the bigger marks and better contact there towards the end. You can see at the beginning the horse was just a little unsteady, but then was really able to take that stretch down in the second half of the extended walk. So now she really needs to think about the collection coming into this walk pirouette. Getting him really through and over the back. A little bit of sticking behind, so you want to make sure that the horse is able to keep the rhythm through the walk pirouette, so it keeps the 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. There you could just see he got a little bit slow, but he didn't stick that time. Again, there through the shoulder in, down the long side, you can see that she's bending the neck, but no angle there in the shoulder in. You want to see the horse on 3 tracks through the shoulder in. Showing a difference there in the extended trot. Similarly to the medium trot, you'd like to see a bit more from the hind legs, a bit more engagement. Nice there in the canter and good through the flying change. Really nicely on the aids. Losing a bit of the hind leg better there again towards the end. Yeah, good there in the flying change. Nice and clean. Was a little late behind in the second one. Better in the frame here. Keeping a good connection. Yeah, good change. Lovely there in the half pass. Seems much more able and willing in that half pass there to the left. Really nice positioning, lovely bend through the body. As she comes down the final centre line. Oh, that's a shame, just lost the canter. Meant to be a direct transition from the canter into the halt, but a great test from Cale Artz and Boston SWB. And we have to remember this is their first international together. So to come out and do that at your first youth championships is fabulous. Trending around the 63-64% mark. A really nice combination. Worked really well together. Shows lovely cadence and energy in the trot work. Sometimes could have just done with a little more engagement, especially in the canter. Lost a little bit of jump in the canter and wasn't always through in the changes. A nice frame, sometimes an inconsistent contact, but a really great start to their career together. And I look forward to seeing more of this combination. Boston, just 12 years old. Seems to have a really great brain. A real shame about him falling back to trot before the halt on that final centre line. She was consistently scoring 6.5s, a few 7s in there, and then 2s and 4s to finish, which was a real shame. And there's a score, 63.151. So first score in for Region 2 and 8. So now a rider for Region 3. It is Alice Burley, and she is riding S Classic Conversion Cab. Alice, 17 years old, and she rides this 15-year-old North American mare by Converter 2, owned by Grace Burley. Another combination that we haven't seen in the international arena yet. Now, Region 3 consists of states from Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee. So Alice Burley and S Classic Conversion Cab. Some miscommunication there in the move off, but very well ridden from Alice there. Just managed to calm him down and say, no, no, I don't want the canter, thank you. That comes later. Just a little bit of overexcitement there from the horse. Some great energy in this trot. Lovely positioning there through the shoulder in. Keeping a nice steady contact. Just needs to make sure that the trot doesn't get a little too quick in the tempo. Oh, yeah, so a few things there. Actually came down into a pretty nice halt. It was fairly square, but then wasn't sustained for quite long enough. The judges really want to see an immobile halt. So that means that it has to be still for a few seconds, preferably around 3 seconds, before you ask the rein back. And then the rein back itself was quite rushed. So again, we'd want to see a bit more relaxation here in the medium walk. Big atmosphere here at the North American Youth Championships. And of course, this is their first big outing together. So I'm sure Alice probably feeling a little nervous. And whatever us as riders feel, the horses can pick up on that. They know that mum or dad sitting on top of them isn't quite the same as what they usually feel. And of course, the horses pick up on the atmosphere as well and can get a little excited about the whole occasion. Again, just a bit quick there through the walk pirouette. Alice doing a good job of controlling Classic Conversion's excitement. Nice there through the 10-meter circle. Lovely energy in the trot. Super here. Some really, really nice work from this pair. Lovely harmony. And when everything's going really well, she's picking up lots of sevens. Tracking up well through the extended trot. Lovely transition, very obedient up into the canter. Or was it just got a bit quick there before the flying change? And then had a bit of tension in the change behind. But good there, well recovered into the canter half pass. Now really needs to keep that collection, keep the relaxation on these diagonals. Yeah, nice. Again, got a bit quick, so she's got to rebalance as she comes across this second short diagonal. Much better balance, was a little bit late to the change. It wasn't quite over the center line, but it was a good change. And I think it's better to be a little bit late, but to have a good change than to be accurate with a bad one. Yeah, just got away from her there. It seems like she has better changes on the diagonal line than on those short sides. And we know that he can perform really nice changes. Good clear difference in the extended canter, really took risk there. Lost a little straightness as she comes back. So coming down now into the final halt. That's it for Alice Burley and S Classic Conversion Cav. Some really lovely work through that test. A very, very willing horse. Plenty of energy. Sometimes maybe a little too much energy today. You could really see that the horse was quite excited about being in this atmosphere. And I think Alice grew in confidence throughout that test. She really, really got into it, and you could see her riding more and more as the test went on. Just a few moments where it got a little bit too much excitement for Classic Conversion. Alice did a really good job of containing that energy, but sometimes just got away from her a little bit, but really super changes across the diagonals. And I think the highlight was definitely the trot work today for this pair. And I think as they grow as a partnership, they'll really be able to get the most out of each other. And there were some real highlights with beautiful harmony. It is 62.121. So that puts them into third place at the moment for Region 3. I have 9 horses to go in this first part, 26 altogether. So next into the arena, a rider for Region 9. That is South America. So covers Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Texas. This is MK Connatser, and she is riding Schnell's Highlight. MK is 14 years old, riding a 15-year-old Hanoverian gelding. By Blue Horse Hotline. And out of a Rotspawn mare, owned and ridden by MK. So it is MK Connatser and Schnell's Highlight, representing Region 9. Again, their first international together. So great to see lots of fresh faces here. Really nice through the trot so far. Good bend in the circle. Sometimes just dropping the pole a little too low. The pole is the spot, but keeping a lovely rhythm and great energy in this trot. Nice crossing through the half pass. Some of these transitions just a little bit abrupt, and you could see as she came down the centre line for the first halt, she had the same problem where she slammed the brakes on a little too quick, and you really want to ride uphill into those downward transitions. Nice in the walk. Could have a little more ground cover for the bigger marks, but really nice marching. Lovely consistent contact, really able to take that stretch. Very nice indeed. So thinking about the collection. Yeah, fairly nice in the walk pirouette. Could have just done with a little bit more support there from the rider's right rein. It looks quite long. She looks like she's just shortened it there, but she had to go quite wide with her hand, and then that meant that she got a bit of a head tilt in the half pass, and the weight was a little bit down through the shoulder. If she can just try and shorten that rein up and ride more up the hill, then that half pass would have been really, really super. Nice jump here in the canter. Good. Nicely on the aids through the changes. Yeah, all really good changes from this pair today. And you can see there from the scores, looking like she might take the lead so far. Just generally in the canter work, it could be a bit more uphill for the bigger marks. I'd like to see a bit more balance on the hind leg. But they're performing all of the movements very correctly. I'm just talking about the difference between maybe a 6.5 up to a 7 or a 7.5. A lovely test from this pair. Lovely, lovely harmony. You can see that they work so well together. The horse has a great attitude to work. Very, very willing. As I say, today could just have been a bit more uphill, especially in the canter work. But very correct in the way of going. And a lovely test to watch. Again, a great job from their first international together. Some nice energy through the trot work. So trending around 65% for MK. And there's a score 65.121, which puts Region 9 into the lead. Sorry, we are aware that we're having some technical difficulties. We are working on it, and hopefully we can bring you a seamless stream soon. But up next for Region 1, it is Marley McCourt and Hyde D4K. Marley, 17 years old, and Hyde is a 12-year-old KWPN gelding by Andretti out of a Tango mare, owned and ridden by Marley herself. So coming into the arena now, Marley McCourt and Hyde D4K for Region 1. So Region 1 covers Delaware, District of Columbia, Maryland, North Carolina, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Eastern West Virginia. Just be a bit more supple there through the 10-meter circle. Like to see a bit more bend through the body. Oh, that's a real shame. You just see as they came out of the 10-meter circle there, asking for the shoulder in, just wasn't quite soft enough over the back, and therefore that miscommunication just popping in there. Nice immobility there in the halt. You can just see the mouth opening slightly, a bit of tension there in the mouth. Good transition into the walk. Again, you'd just like to see the mouth a little quieter. It was good there though in the medium trot. Picking up 4 7s and a 6.5. Good walk here, nice activity. Just have a bit more freedom of the shoulder. So now thinking about collecting the walk, which doesn't mean slower, it actually means a bit more energy, a bit more push, just the walk getting a bit quicker as they come round for the walk pirouette. Yeah, nice. Could have been more centered for a bigger mark, but she kept the activity, kept the rhythm. Yeah, good again. Good energy, much better into the shoulder in there. Some good crossing through the half pass. Could just have a bit more bend through the body. And a nice difference shown there in the extended trot. So preparing now for the flying change. Yeah, nice. Good preparation. You could really see her taking that half halt before she asked for the change, getting that balance on the hind leg. So now same again here through the diagonals. Was a little bit together behind. Yeah, much better that time. Yeah, good. Could be a bit more uphill if we're being picky, but you know, sevens across the board for that last change. So down the centre line now. It is Marley McCourt and Hyde at D4K for Region 1. She's just crept in the lead there in the standings. Oh, that wouldn't have helped her though. She tried to correct the halt. It came in a bit wonky and she tried to correct it, but I'm not sure it particularly made much difference. So there we have it for Marley. It's looking like it's going to be a personal best score. Some really nice work through the test, especially in the canter. Just one slightly late change behind. But really, really nice, fluent test. Unfortunately, the open mouth would have taken away a few points for her today. It is 65.212 and into the lead for Marley for Region 1. So that was a personal best there for Marley. 3 to go before we finish part 1. Have another another 9 riders to go in part 2 and 8 to go in the last section. So next it is Emily Keithley and Dinamico HM. Emily is 17 years old, riding the 16-year-old Portuguese gelding, owned and ridden by Emily, representing Region 2 and 8. So it is Emily Keithley and Dinamico HM for Region 2 and 8. Our second combination from this region so far. 26 combinations in total coming forward in this junior team test. Nice active trot. Good positioning there and the shoulder in. Just have a little more bend and be a little more uphill. Remember I said about the pole earlier being at the highest point. You can just see at times that dropping a little. Not quite square there into the halt. Needed to be a bit more balanced coming down, but actually some nice steps in the rein back, really good fluency, and again nicely up into the trot. Could show a little more there in the medium. Nice to see a bit more marching in the walk. Better there in the extended walk. Plenty of energy here coming into the walk pirouette. Yeah, just got a bit too slow there. Actually didn't stick, but just want to see that activity maintained through the walk pirouette. Again, they're nice through the shoulder in. All the movements flowing. Really lovely, lovely harmony between the two of them. At times could just be a bit more supple and a bit more uphill through the trot work. Nice there in the extended trot, showing a really clear difference. Oh, was just together behind there in the change. Just needed a bit more engagement, a bit more push. So really needs to think about that going into these two changes. Yeah, nice. Well ridden. Oh, yeah, not quite on the aids there. It was late in front, changed behind, and then just didn't quite come through. And late to the aids there, but the change was much more through. Yeah, really going for it there in the extended canter. And there we have it for Emily, Keithley and Dynamico HM. A really lovely test, looking like it's going to go into the lead there for Emily. A lovely harmonious pair, a very, very willing horse, nice and active through the test. Just at times could have been a bit more uphill, a bit more supple, especially in the trot work. There's a 65.94% and into the lead there for Emily and region 2 and 8. Really lovely combination to watch, as I said, really nice harmony between the two. Showing clear transitions, really nice accuracy. So our first combination in now for Canada. It is Taylor Wells and Hidaglo, AYM. So you can see the team for Canada. Taylor, 15 years old, and rides this 13-year-old purebred Spanish owned by Robert Wells. By Caracol Azores. Lots of riders in this section where it's their first international, so what a wonderful experience for them. A lovely halt to start. Really nice and balanced and together. Got to make sure that the energy doesn't fall out a little through the outside shoulder. You can see a bit of a tilt coming through. She just needed to be a little bit more secure through the outside rein. Nice angle there in the half pass. Again, you can see a little bit of head swinging. Nicely on the aids there. Could just have maintained the halt a little longer. But really nice and obedient through this test. Nice there to the contact. And straight away into an active walk. Taking a nice stretch. Just have had a little more ground cover. Again, needs to be steadier here to the contact. You can see the horse's head still swinging there. It could just have sat a bit more through those walk pirouettes. Kept the energy pretty nicely. Yeah, nice positioning. It's just the contact is still, you can see the swinging from side to side. Needs to really maintain a much more consistent contact. I think a bit more engagement, pushing up into the bridle. And then the rider really needs to focus on being stiller down the rein. Again, a good difference. Yeah, nicely on the aids up through the flying change, keeping really good activity and jump through this canter work. Yeah. Picking up some nice marks in this canter. Really nice there in the contact. Oh gosh, the rider's boot is unzipped. On the left one there, you can just see a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. It won't affect her riding though. Hopefully it won't affect her ability to use her leg. It doesn't seem like it has. So she's coming down. The centre line now is Taylor Wells and Hidaglo AYM for Canada. Our first rider from Team Canada there, putting down a pretty good score. a really nice pair. Very consistent through the test. Picking up some lovely marks. A little bit crooked there into the final halt, which is a shame. That would have lost her a few marks. Really well ridden, nice and accurate. And it is a score of 63.546. They're into 5th place. Just really needs to think about the contact, especially in the trot work. It was much better in the canter, but you could see the nose swinging. So it really needs to think about steadying that contact, and then she'll be in for many, many more marks. So one more combination to go before we head into the break. So for region 7, 4 and 5 now, it is Katherine Berlu and Flynn. Katherine, just 14 years old. She rides this 11-year-old Oldenburg gelding by Fabulous 4. Owned and ridden by Katherine. So there you can see the riders from region 7, 4 and 5. So that covers Central and Eastern America. So 4 is Iowa, Kansas, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, North Dakota and South Dakota. 5 is Arizona, Colorado, East Montana, New Mexico, West Texas, Utah and Wyoming. And 7 is California, Nevada and Hawaii. Lovely positioning there in the half pass, good crossing. Sorry, still facing some technical difficulties. Hopefully we'll be able to fix them through the break. Nice relaxed walk through the extended walk. Preparation into the walk pirouette. Yeah, nice there. Finished a little big. Plenty of energy through the trot. Just needs to make sure that the balance doesn't go too much on the shoulder. Nice jump here in the canter. Yeah, good. And on the aids through the flying change. Really nice through this canter work so far, keeping the fluency, keeping that great jump in the canter. The changes nicely on her aids. Picking up some good scores for this canter work. Nicely ridden through the half passes, equal both left to right. I think if we're being picky, it'd be nice to see it a little more uphill. But really super fluency. Kathryn doing a great job, riding nice and accurately too. It's going to be a good score. There we have it for Carmen Berlu and Flynn for Region 7, 4 and 5. A really lovely, harmonious partnership. Horse has such a great attitude, really willing. And Kathryn doing a very nice job of presenting the test. Very thoughtfully ridden. It is a 65.303 and into second place so far. Yeah, really smart combination, this pair, and I'm sure they'll have more to offer for the individual and freestyle later this week. So now we head into a short break. Nine combinations have come forward. A couple of PBs in there. But we take a short break now. Join us back at 6 minutes past 10 for the second part of this FEI North American Youth Championships, the junior team test. Welcome back after the break to this North American Youth Dressage Championships. And we are joined by a member of Region 6. It is McKenzie Brown and a Romantic Rose. McKenzie, 17 years old, rides this American Hanoverian lovely mare by Rotspawn, owned by Mary Richmond Brown. Their personal best score is 55.258. So leading at the moment is Region 2 and 8 with a score of 65.94. But we have now McKenzie Brown and Romantic Rose for Region 6. A nice entry. She's got a big smile on her face already, which is great to see. Horse nice and active so far in this trot work. She just needs to keep the balance. Sometimes you can see some uneven steps, and that's because the balance is slightly out. Much better there on the straight. And a good halt. Ooh. It's running slightly backwards, and you can see that the quarters came into the right. A clear difference shown in the medium trot. Nice stretch in the walk. Keeping the marching here through the collected walk as she comes into this walk pirouette. Oh, stuck there behind. You can see the hind legs stop moving. You want to see that walk rhythm maintained through the whole walk pirouette, and again there stuck. So you can't really give anything more than a 4. Slightly better balance there in the circle to the left. Again, just a few uneven steps in the half pass. Slightly early up into the canter transition, but nicely on the aids. And again there, That was a bit late into the flying change. Yeah, the change there was fairly nice. And again, they're not entirely clean through these changes. A little bit late behind. It's just because the horse isn't exactly through. Could just be a bit rounder. Nice bend there though through the half pass. So coming down the centre line now, it is McKenzie Brown and Romantic Rose for Region 6. Looking like it's going to be around 55%. That would be a personal best for McKenzie. Just a few issues today in some of the trot work, not entirely regular throughout. And that would have lost her a few marks. And of course, both walk pirouettes stuck again, dropping her marks down. The changes not entirely through. A lovely horse though, just needs better connection from the hind leg. The energy just goes a bit onto the forehand and then the balance isn't quite there. And then, of course, that's where the problems come in, the irregularity in trot. And those issues that she had in the canter, with especially with the changes. But she got some nice bend through the lateral work. So we just wait for the score to hopefully come up on your screens. It's actually pretty much that what it is on the screen now. It's 56.818, which is a personal best for McKenzie. So next up, a combination for Region 3, Alexis Troutman and Happy Feet. Happy Feet is a 12-year-old KWPN mare by Totalus, out of a West Point mare owned by Kevin Troutman, Nina Troutman and Alexis herself. Their personal best score 62.02. Fairly nice start. Plenty of energy in the trot. Needs to make sure it's not a little too quick at times. Sometimes it's a bit too quick, it loses its natural balance and can just get a little bit tight rather than really swinging over the back. But nice and uphill. Oh, unfortunately, not quite square there into the hold, but some good steps in the rein back. Plenty of cadence there in the medium trot. And again, really marching through the walk. Clearly tracking up. Just take a more consistent stretch in that extended walk. Really nice quality steps. It's just not always consistent to the contact. So now it really needs to think about that collection. Lovely there in the frame. Yeah, keeping that rhythm nicely there through the walk pirouette. It was a little bit big, but kept the activity really well. And you can see there the difference between this combination and the last, where the last one rode a little bit too small into the walk pirouettes and then stuck. Move into the circle. And lovely positioning for the shoulder. Or bend through the body here and a half fast. She's doing a really good job of keeping this horse really in front of her aids. Just at times the tempo gets a little bit quick. Good in the canter change. Really nicely on her aids again. It's looking like it's going to be a really top score. Definitely going to be above her personal best of 62. Yeah, good. Moving forward and in front of her. Nice jump. Great. Super changes. Keeping a really nice frame through this canter work. Nice and uphill. With some good sub carriage. Better bend here through the half pass to the left. Could have done with a bit more bend in the half pass to the right. Oh, just needs to keep the balance there as it comes back and straightens out. Showing it's in the canter. She really went for it there. So coming down there, the final centre line.
Now at that final salute, Alexis Troutman
and happy feet for
Team Region 3. With hers, Kevin and Nina Troutman's Happy Feet.
Big PB for Alexis today.
Attending the East Forsyth High School, likes to run cross country and track for her school in the fall and spring. And she wake surfs on the lake there during summer. Score there for Alexis Troutman, Happy Feet, our first ride for Team Region 3. E is 67.121, H 67.
But super work through the canter, really, really nice frame.
65.909, M giving a percentage of 68.636,
So
and from
it
B
is a personal best score of 66.636, which goes into the lead, and you can see her there, very, very happy about that. Plenty of sevens coming through. Really good job today. And there you can see the score from McKenzie Brown just a few moments ago. And there is Alexis' score. So Alexis and Region 3 out in front.
And we welcome in our third member from the USA Team Region 9. This is 5:25 at the Rupgårds of Belafonte, a 10-year-old Danish warm-blood gelding by Bellissimo. NRW at Doreen by Donoho, bred at the Rupgård stables in Denmark, is owned and ridden by Mallerie McCumber.
So Mallerie McCumber and Rupgårds Bellafont. Mallerie, 14 years old. It's her first year in juniors. She rides this Danish warm blood gelding by Bellissimo. Owned and ridden by Mallerie. A personal best 58.586 so far. So Mallerie McCumber and Rupgårds Bellafont for Region 9. A nice start. Lots of bend through the shoulder in, not quite enough angle. Wow, what a halt. Super, super halt there. And some nice steps in the rein back. Just over tracking there on the walk. Good activity and cadence through the trot work. Some nice neck bend there, but needs to think about taking the shoulder off the track. Again, there's some nice crossing through the half pass. Just at times the contact could be steadier. Nice positioning there in the canter half pass. Really nice and fluid. Some good jump in the canter. A little bit early there in the flying change. Much better this time. Nicely on the aids as well. Nice through the extended canter, very bold. Just overcorrected the halt there and lost the straightness there on that final halt, but a really super job from this pair.
Riding her own at the Roopwoord's Bella Font.
Looking like it's going to be in the mid-60s for Mallerie.
School and outside of school and riding, she
With a
enjoys
really nice
snowboarding
active
in
forward
Colorado.
test. At times a little inconsistent in the contact
And
today.
her
That could have
right
just been a
now
bit
is
more
to earn
secure,
her
but
gold
super
medal
jump in the
with
canter.
USDF.
Really clear in the rhythm in all three paces. Unfortunately, just lost the straightness in that final halt. As I said, could just be a little bit softer to the contact for the bigger
We have
marks.
the score now
She goes
for
into
Mallerie McCourt.
third with
And at the Roopwoord's Bella Fonte for Team Region
69%.
9. The
Some good
percentage
scores
is
there
E
for
giving us
our panel of judges.
63.485, H is 68.03, C 66.667, M 64.848, and B is
So Mallerie competing for
66.667.
Region 9.
The third best score so far, and that will give her and Team Region 9 a 65.939. And team standings at the moment, they put them in the lead with the best two scores of those three is a 131.06.
So there you can see the scores for Region 9 into the lead with 3 riders already gone, 1 left to go with a total score of 131.06.
Our next in and Region 502, Ruben
next
D4K,
up it is Rayleigh Koch
Hanoverian
and
Girlie by
Ruben
Rubenero,
D4K.
Auto Witchcraft by
They
Worldly,
are representing
Red
Region
in
1.
Germany by Gerrit Rieken. It's
Riley
written
is
by
18
Riley
years
Koch.
old and rides
As I said,
this 14-year-old
representing
Hanoverian
Region
gelding right by Rubenero, the second out of a Worldly mare, owned and ridden by Riley. So Riley Coe and Ruben D4K for Region 1. Really nice start, a good balanced halt. Ooh. Slightly abrupt there into the circle. I'm not sure if she actually forgot that she was meant to be doing it. It was very, very late after the R marker. Better contact there through the half pass. Just losing the concentration at times and then just dropping the contact in the rein back. Want to keep that suppleness through the movements and the fluency. Some clear steps in the medium trot. Nice marching in the walk, tracking up well, could see a bit more ground cover for the bigger marks, but really good through the stretch there as well. It was nice and forward. Needs to keep that activity now in this collected walk. She's going to need it going into the walk pirouettes. yeah, fairly nice through the pirouettes. 7s and 6.5s. Just had the haunches slightly out. Just escaped a little bit in the second pirouette. Tracking up nicely in the extended trot. Nice leads in the canter. Good jump here. Oh dear. Bit of resistance there in the change. She recovered that really well. Nice, much better. Again, they're late behind in the change at L. Yeah, nice. Really, really good in those left changes. Just not quite maintaining the throughness in the right. So down the centre line now for Riley Co and Ruben D4K.
Region 1 with Ruben D4K.
Representing Region 1. Lovely horse, a nice partnership. Shame about that resistance in that first flying change, but actually she rode really, really well out of that. And she didn't let it affect her for the rest of the test, and actually got some nice changes after them. One of them slightly late behind, but the changes to the left are really, really smart. Nice consistent test. Just would have liked to have seen the mouth slightly quieter for some bigger marks, but some really nice moments in the test today. Just those mistakes in the changes pulling her down, but a very, very willing horse. They seem to have a lovely partnership.
Riley graduated from a 21st Century Cyber Charter School. Her hobbies include photography, and she's looking forward to being a dressage trainer. I have the score now.
The score is 64.455 and into 8th place for Riley.
Region 1, E, percentage 64.091, H, 63.636, C is 64.394, percentage from the judge at M is a 66.364, and B giving a 63.788, and that'll give them and
Region 1, they go into second at 129.667.
And for their team with the best two scores counting now,
Marley
going into
Riley
second place with 129.667.
D4K horses.
Next in, representing the combined team
up,
of regions 2 and 8,
Caroline Colby and
General Westphalian gelding by
representing
Lord
region
Ferragamo.
2 and 8.
Dordogne Röschen by Domburg, bred by
Caroline, 18
Westphalians
years
for
old,
USA, owned
rides
and ridden
this
by
at
Caroline
10-year-old
Colby.
Westphalian
As I
gelding.
said, representing the combined team of regions 2 and 8.
This horse is by Lord Ferragamo. Sorry, oh gosh, I can't get it out today. Sorry. Ferragamo. And is owned and bred by, owned and ridden by Caroline. Oh gosh, I'm mixing it all up today. I'm very sorry there. So, Caroline, Colby, and My Lorino, region 2 and 8. So, just to remind you, region 2 and 8 is Northeast America. Nice energy here in the trot. Needs some more bend here, a bit more suppleness through the body. Nice controlled rein back. Just unfortunately left a leg resting in the halt, which pulled the mark down. Good though there in the medium trot, showed great energy. Really good there through the extended walk. Lovely stretch, keeping a good rhythm in the walk. Now she needs to make sure that this walk is going to be active enough to get round this walk pirouette. Yes, good, well ridden. Really lovely horse. Oh, just coming against her in the bridle there. It's hollowed and then resisted to the contact, but the step still remained nice. Showing true collected trot as well. A few riders that we've seen have been a little bit quick and maybe even pushing themselves out of their natural balance. Again, here in the half pass to the left is much more bend through the body. It was the same to the right. Again, here the same in the canter half pass as the trot half pass. Just loses the throughness in the half passes and can't get that suppleness. And she seems to manage to get it through the other movements. but it's definitely something that she could develop a little more. And it's somewhere that she's really losing a lot of marks from, and it would help her generally to have a bit more suppleness through this test. So let's see now. It's just very, very straight, and there's no real setup as she comes into the half pass. You really want to see, as you come down into the half pass, you start off with the bend and slightly shoulder forward positioning, and then you allow them forward and sideways, and the setup isn't really happening. She's just kind of going sideways without really setting up the bend, and then of course the horse struggles and then hollows.
And a final salute now.
But some really super work,
Caroline
some great
Colby
changes.
For region
A
combined
really,
2-8
really super
with her
horse.
own,
They seem to
Mallerie.
work very, very nicely together. Just a real shame about the second walk pirouette was mostly where she lost the marks, and those half passes. Very, very expensive, especially as the trot half passes are double coefficient as well. A really elegant horse, and it's 62.848
for Caroline Colby
into 11th
with
place
Malorino
for
E is
Caroline Colby.
62.273 from H 64.848 C is 62.273 M percentage
Really nice gates
63.636 and B is
plenty there to
61.212
really work
giving
on.
them
It's just getting
and
that
the combined
suppleness,
team
as
of
I
region 2 and
as
8
I said,
62.848
yeah,
and
that'll be
their position
really
so
super.
far
She'll
in
be
the
up
teams
there
is third place
with the
129.091 still
66s, I'm
very
sure.
close. Caroline Colby attending Guildford High School and away from the barn she lives a very active busy life, growing up in New Hampshire on Lake Winnipesaukee,
You can see for
3
region
miles
2
from
and
Gunstock
8,
Mountain. Lots of time of boating and skiing
129.091
when
and
not
into
riding.
third.
Le suivant sera membre de l'équipe canadienne, le 530 Goose, monté par Leila Landerville-Cloutier. Our next in, representing Team Canada, 530 Goose, a 13-year-old Oldenburg
So,
gelding by Zhivago, Autotessa
next
by
up
Nobility,
is a
bred
rider
at the
for
Villic
Canada.
stables in the
It
Netherlands,
is
owned by
Leila
Daniel Landerville, and ridden
Landerville-Cloutier
by
and
Leila
Gus
Landerville-Cloutier, representing
Team Canada. Leia is 16 years old, and Gus is a 13-year-old KWPN gelding. So, in now for Team Canada, Leila Landerville-Cloutier and Gus. A nice start from this pair. Very fluent. Some good crossing there in the half pass. Nice positioning. Really well set up. Oh, it's a shame not entirely square behind in the halt. Could have just been a bit more supple in the contact in the rein backs, but clear steps Really nice relaxation through the walk. Nice stretch and good up here into the collected walk. Yeah, keeping the activity nicely through the walk pirouettes. Very well ridden by Leah. This is looking like a lovely test from this pair. Keeping a lovely rhythm throughout this trot work and a really consistent frame. A difference shown there in the extended trot, and nice to see a difference shown between the medium and the extension as well. Super on the aids up into the canter. Lovely. Really nice and through. Are we going to see our first 70% of the day? There you can see the running score. Oh, that was a shame. Just not quite on the aids there, was a bit late in front. That's a real shame. The first mistake of the test. Much better there. Super positioning there in the half pass. And nicely ridden. You could see her actually in every movement really starting it well, showing clear differences, setting up for the movements, giving the horse some time to prepare and telling Gus exactly what's coming next. So it is a super job from Leila Landerville Cloutier and Gus from Team Canada, the second rider to go for Canada, and she looks absolutely thrilled with that. Just one little mistake in one of the changes where he wasn't quite on the aids. Their personal best is 66.212, so they're absolutely going to be beating that today. They were nearly on 70% before that little mistake. Lots to like from this partnership. Really nice harmony. Just the canter could be a little bit more together. And show a bit more jump for the higher marks.
The Collège Est-Blondin
there. It is a personal best of 67.939%. Some super marks there from our panel of judges.
67.727, H 69.091, C 66.818%. Percentage from M 69.848 and B is 66.212. They have the best score to date and give Team Canada a 67.939.
Team Canada goes into the lead with 131.485, and of course, it's no drop score for Canada.
And a team now going into the lead.
In a team of four, you'll see one drop score. So the lowest mark is deducted and they just take the top three, but when there's only three in the team, we don't have that. just a little bit ahead of time at the moment. 3 riders left to come before we go into our final break, and then 8 competitors to come.
So our next
after the
combination
final break. So 11 left
representing
in
the
total.
combined team of
But
regions
up
4.
now it is the
7, 4,
turn of
5.
Claire Tucker and Finur.
This is Finur, number 513, 8-year-old Hanoverian girl in by 4 romance
Claire
early.
is
At the
15
Wappio
years
by
old, and Finur
Volkentanz,
is an
bred
8-year-old
at the Vessel
Hanoverian
breeding stables in
gelding
Germany,
by
owned
4
and ridden
romance,
by Claire Tucker,
owned and ridden
representing
by
team
Claire.
region 7, 4 and 5.
Claire Tucker and Finur now for region 7, 4 and 9. A big smile on Claire's face as she does her first halt. Nice entry. Lots of expression from this horse. Nice and uphill. Plenty of cadence in this trot, a really good start. It's a lovely balance through the 10-meter circle. Super. Really nice and uphill. Maintaining a nice rhythm in the trot. Unfortunately not quite square there into the halt. Could have had a bit more of a secure contact in the rein back. But some nice steps. And good engagement in the medium trot. A bit quick there in the extended walk, showing good ground cover and a lovely stretch. You want to see the walk really marching, but you don't want the tempo to be quick. You want it to stay in that lovely 4-beat rhythm. Again here in the collected walk. Yeah, lovely into the walk pirouette. It's a little bit large, but as I said earlier, you'd rather a large pirouette than one that sticks. Yeah, a bit more centered there in the second pirouette. Really lovely to the contact. The frame is maintained throughout this whole trot work. You can see the score has gone below 70%, and that was because of the rhythm through the walk, unfortunately. Hopefully she can pick up, yeah, you can see already back up to 68% from this second bit of trot work. Hopefully she can pick up a few more marks in the canter as well to get it back up near the 70, but this would still be enough to put her into the lead. And of course it will do great things for her team. Lovely flying change, really super preparation. You could really see her change of bend. She half halted before she asked for the change. Really nice setup, and this is the thing, if you Prepare each movement you give the horse the best possible chance to perform it to the best of its ability. Lovely. Oh, was a little bit together behind there in the change. Yeah, and bowled through the extended canter. Nicely ridden. Final centre line. Claire Tucker and Finur for region 7, 4 and 5.
Now completing for the combined team.
Really
USA
super
region
harmony between
7,
this
4 and
combination. 5. Just a little mistake in one of the changes, but that was it really. The walk rhythm was a little precarious, but it is a 68.818% and into the lead for Claire Tucker and Finur.
The score now for Claire Tucker
super job.
and Finur for the combined team of Region 7,
really
4 and
lovely
5.
expressive
giving
horse.
69.697,
A lot
H
to like.
68.939, C 68.485,
pulled
M
their score down. They were sitting on
68.485,
around 71%.
and also from B is 68.485. The best score in this class to date.
Well presented
giving
test,
that
and what I liked
region
was
score of
she set up each movement so beautifully.
68.818.
She really gave the horse
And
the
that
best
means
possible
they now
chance.
go in
Lovely
at
suppleness,
the
really
moment
nice
with
bend
the
through
team
the
score
lateral
of
work.
134.121. Claire Tucker attends Standing Bear High School, and when not riding, she loves to play golf and swim and hang out with friends.
Score for Region 7, 4 and 5. They go into the lead
competing with Claire
with 134.121. Again, another team with no drop score.
So our next in now, representing Team Region 6. This is 518, Dino K3, 18-year-old Oldenburg gelding by the Curtis Altanels Rocher by Rocher d'Or, bred in Jonah by Josef Katman, is owned by Laura Geck, and ridden by
14
Ella
years old,
Curton Rothenberger,
this
representing
18-year-old
Team
Oldenburg
Region
gelding
6.
by Licatus. This horse owned by Laura Geck. Their personal best score 58.131. So Region 6 covers Alaska, Idaho, West Montana, Oregon and Washington. Again, a nice active trot. Good balance in the circle. Really nice and supple through this lateral work so far. Maybe just have a little bit more push from the hind leg to help with a bit more engagement. Nice into the hole there. But you can see in the steps in the rein back is just dropping the pole. I want to see the contact stay the same through the rein back. Good relaxation in the walk, picking up sevens from our panel of judges. Yeah, needed to collect a lot more going into the walk pirouette there. It was more of a circle. You can see the horse stepping out quite a lot. It's very, very large. Good there in the half pass, a clear bend in the direction that they're travelling. And now for the extended trot. Yeah, better as the diagonal goes on. At first, you could just see him hollowing slightly, and then actually, as they passed over X and came to the track, it got a little softer over the back. Could just have had a little bit more energy from the hind leg. Some problems there with the horse not accepting the aids in the flying change. So that will really pull their mark down. A couple of zeros and a few ones. Yeah, better. So really needs to get him in front of the leg. Yes. It was a little bit late, but it was a good change. Again, some more problems. It seems that she manages to get the changes on the diagonals. It's the ones across the arena. They've been incredibly expensive for her. Still looking like a personal best, but she was trending around 68% at the beginning of the test. So Ava Kathryn Rothenberger and Landino K3. A nice pair, but unfortunately just too many mistakes today in the canter to really get a mark that they deserve for the first half. Some ones and some zeros where they just didn't change at all. So incredibly expensive. much better in the changes across the short diagonal lines. But the trot work was really lovely. Showed clear bend through the lateral work. Some good rhythm in the trot. Well, to be fair, good rhythm in all three paces. But those mistakes really, really very costly. If she could work on tightening those walk pirouettes up as well, that would gain her a few extra marks. So the score is just confirmed. It's 60.485% and into 15th place for Region 6.
H 60.0, C giving a 58.485, M 61.97, B 61.515. And that's going to give them.
So that gives them 117.303. That puts the team into 6th place.
El último antes de la pausa será el 532, Damon Valley, propiedad de María Constanza.
So now into the arena we have a rider for Mexico. She's an individual. It is Atina Santos and Damon Valley. Atina is 16 years old. This is a lovely Hanoverian gelding by Damon Hill, out of His Highness the Second Mare, owned by Maria Constanza Comaras. Their personal best 65.657. So our last rider to go before the break. So our individual rider for Mexico, Atina Santos and Damon Valley. A nice start to this test. Could just have had a bit more angle through the shoulder in. But fairly nice bend through the half pass and good crossing. You can see the clear crossing behind. Some nice steps there in the medium trot. Lovely transition to the walk. Keeping that marching, keeping that energy. Keeping that marching throughout this walk. Needs to keep that energy coming into this walk pirouette. Could do with being a little bit more over the back. Yeah. Did a fairly nice job. Just stuck a little bit at the end. Yeah. Managed to keep going a bit better this time. Just could have been a little softer. Okay, maintaining that super energy. A nice preparation for the extended trot, and again showing a very clear difference between the medium trot and the extended trot. Nicely on the aids up to the canter. Pretty good into the flying change. Good connection. And that's been well maintained throughout. Yeah, super. Really fluid. This test just keeps on building and getting better. Could have had a little bit more bend if we're being fussy. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, she was meant to go across the middle into the flying change, so it's an error, of course. Oh, that's a real pity. So she comes across, does the change. And now the half pass. She knew that she'd gone wrong as soon as she started doing it and made the turn, but of course she will lose some marks, 0.5% in fact, from each judge for that error, of course. But it hasn't put her off. It hasn't distracted her. And a nice halt to finish. Beautifully square. A great job from Atina Santos and Damon Valley. Competing here as an individual. And it is going to be a personal best for them, despite their error, of course. It's looking like it's going to be around a 66%. Their personal best is 65.6. So stands a very, very good chance of being in the top in the individual later on this week. A really lovely partnership. And it is 66.106 for Atina Santos and Damon Valley.
Mexico, E, a percentage 65.864, H 64.65.
Really nicely put together test.
65.258 from M 68.439 and B is 66.3.
Could maybe just have had a little bit more suppleness, but a super score, and that puts her individually into fourth. So we take a short break now. Join us back at 11:43 for the final 8 competitors.
So we have another break now. Resuming with our last group, starting at 11:43, it is now 11:22. The Mexican Equestrian Federation is proud to sponsor the FEI North American Youth Championships, wishing all riders best of luck. just about 5 minutes, we will continue with our last 8 rides in this year's North American Youth Dressage Championships, the junior team competition. So continuing after our final break with number 509, Mullegorden Sans Souci, a 10-year-old Danish warm-blood mare, by Sir Donahall, out of Sasha by Sam Sam, bred in Denmark by Brigitte Brialsen, owned and ridden by Virginia Woodcock, representing Region 3, third of their 4.
So, welcome back after the break. We have Virginia Woodcock and Mullegorden Sans Souci up into the arena next. They are representing Region 3. 8 riders left to go in this junior team test. Virginia is 16 years old. Mullegorden Sans Souci is a Danish warm-blood mare by Sir Donahall, owned and ridden by Virginia herself. Their personal best score is 69.303, which is one of the higher that we've seen today. So let's see if she can go out into the lead. It is Virginia Woodcock and Mullegorden Sans Souci. Nice start already. Really fluent and consistent to the contact. Could maybe have had a little more suppleness to the bend in the half pass if we're being fussy. Good steps in the rein back. Just drop the pole slightly, which will lower her mark a little. Want to see that pole maintaining at the highest point. Nice here in the walk. Good relaxation. Tracking up and a little over track there. Picking up 6.5s and 7s. For the 8s, you'd want to see a bit more ground cover, a bit more over track. Now she's going to have to keep a bit more activity to energize through these walk pirouettes. Yeah, nice. Kept the rhythm. Yeah, very smart. Yeah, good crossing in the shoulder and in the shoulder and in the half pass. Could just have been a bit more supple to the bend again. Again, they're the same in the canter. Really lovely jump. Would just like to have seen a bit more bend. Unfortunately, the change wasn't through at the beginning. Let's hope that this, yeah, much better this time. Really nice preparation. Yeah, lovely. You can see how expensive that first mistake was, though, because she was sitting on 68 and now she's down to 65, 66. Fingers crossed she can do a good change this time. Yes, lovely. Really nice and through. 7.4 average from our judges. Really super fluency through this test. Very well presented so far with just this extended canter and the centre line to go. Again, very well ridden. A super job from Virginia, Woodcock and Mulgard and Sanssouci. A real shame about that mistake as she picked up the canter. The first flying change became disunited and then of course she trotted. So a real pity about that. That was very, very expensive. But some super work, 66.970, unfortunately not a personal best, but we know what's in there. And she still has individual medals to play for later on in the week. So well done to Virginia Woodcock from Region 3. Let's see in a moment what that does to the scores for Region 3.
And from the judge at B, a percentage of 66.36.
So here are the scores. That puts them into second with still one left to go. 133.606.
Has a score of 133.606, currently lying in second place.
So now we move on to Region 9.
I have an overall team ranking now that I can say Region 745 holding the lead
Adelina Bella and Luminosity JP.
Lying in second now with 133.606, and third is Team Canada.
Adeline. Oh, here we can see the junior team rank so far. Region 745 out in the lead. All of the teams have had 3 riders to go, so some are confirmed, whereas some other regions still have other riders to come. So 7 riders to come. But Adeline Bella is 17 years old and she rides a American KWPN, who is 8 years old, by Glamourdale, who we saw in Europe in Paris this morning at the Olympics, out of a Sir Sinclair mare. Adeline also owns this lovely horse. Unfortunately, not quite still into that first halt. As I started with 5.5s and 6s. Nice frame there through the half circle and into the half pass. Set up for that half pass really nicely. Good crossing, keeping nice and parallel. But maybe just have had a bit more cadence there for the bigger mark as she prepares for the halt. Just keeping the horse's attention and keeping lovely fluency through the rein back. Nice marching in the walk, keeping a lovely frame. Just take a bit more of a stretch there. She's let the rein go. The horse isn't really stretching down. He could just do with a little bit more encouragement there to stretch down from his rider. Yeah, well managed there, because that was a very small pirouette. Yeah. She managed to ride them very small. Could just have had a little bit more balance, especially on the way out of the pirouette. Good there through the shoulder in. Lovely. yeah, the bend starts well in the half pass and then it fades as she gets closer to S. You need to maintain the bend through the body the whole way through the half pass. Nice there, tracking up well in the extended trot. Picking up lots of sevens for this canter work. Glamourdale, his sire, his strength is in his canter work with really super changes, and it's looking like this has been passed down to this super horse as well. Sevens and eights coming through for the canter work, so we should see that score on the rise. Really nice balance in this canter work. Just a mistake there, unfortunately. It was croup high going into the change. That was definitely commentator's curse, wasn't it? So coming down now into the final halt. Adelina Bella and Luminosity JP for Region 9. Some really super work. Just a couple of mistakes. They had a change after the extended canter as well. Just as I said that everything was going really, really well through the canter work and she was picking up lots of lovely scores. Boom, a mistake in the flying change. Sorry about that, Adeline. But a really, really super job. A lovely horse, really nicely on the aids. Just a couple of wobbles today. But some really nice work in the canter. Good jump. Lots and lots to like from this super pair. Just those couple of mistakes today, just holding them back from the big marks. But it's all to play for in that individual. And there we have it, 66.2424, Adeline. That puts her into individual 5th place, but it also helps Region 9. We will see their score in just a moment's time.
And B is 66.364, and that will give them and Team Region 9 a 66.
So that puts Region 9 into the lead with 197.302. That is the final score for Region 9. No more riders left to come forward.
Next in will be our last for Team Region 1. This is 5:01:30. Farah Jade, a 14-year-old Dutch warm-blood mare. By Santos, out of Nancy by Gagson Wimborne, bred in the Netherlands by the Oud family, owned and ridden by Leila Edwards, representing
Next up is Region 1
last
and
run.
is Leila Edwards. She rides Farah Jade. Leila, 18 years old, rides this KWPM mare. This mare, 14 years old, by Santos, owned and ridden by Leila. So you can see there, their best score is 64.647. Unfortunately, didn't have a direct transition into the halt. Just came through a few steps of trot. So didn't set them up for the best start, but proceeding in nice trot work. Just needs to keep the balance there. It's getting a little bit quick and it's just being pushed out of the natural rhythm. Good bend there though through the half pass. Really super halt. And some nice steps in the rein back. Could just have kept that pole up a little bit more and lifted into the steps of the rein back rather than dragging. Super relaxation. You can really see this mare marching. Some good ground cover. Oh, well ridden at the end there. Just went to go to stick in the pirouette. Could just have taken a bit more weight to keep the activity behind as she came round the walk pirouette. Some nice positioning. You can just see the mare getting away a little bit in the contact, losing that throughness. This mare has such a great work ethic though. You can see she's really wanting to try her best. Sometimes a little bit too much. You could just see there a little bit of a break in the rhythm just over X, but very well recovered from Leila. Super. A nice change there over the diagonal line. Yeah, really super changes from
And our final salute now, Leila Edwards with her own Farah Jade.
And there we have it for Leila Edwards and Farah Jade for Region 1. A super mare. A really lovely finish, actually. Really finished on a high in the canter work. Super changes.
Attending a dual enrollment
Just Brunus, they could have just been a little bit rounder. And of course, they didn't get away with the best start with the transition down the centre line, but a really, really good job. Well ridden. Very active horse. She really, really wants to please. You can see that. 66.909 into fourth place for Leila. So that is going to be great for Region 1.
0.758, giving us 68.182. C 66.515, M 66.364.
So there you can see the highest score for Region 1. That puts them into second place at the moment with 196.576%.
Final score for Team Region 1 of 196.576 to go into second place currently. Next in now, representing the combined team of USA Region 2 and 8.
So now for Region 2 and 8, it is Autumn, Vavrick and Dante. Autumn, 15 years old, and she's riding a 17-year-old British Hanoverian by De Niro out of a Voltmeyer mare, owned by Autumn. Their personal best score, 66.03%. So Autumn, Vavrick and Dante for Region 2 and 8. Plenty of cadence in the trot work. Nice and uphill. Just be a little bit more consistent to the contact, but lovely preparation from Autumn. She's riding really well through this first part of the test. Really setting up the movements nicely. Love Dante's expression. He's got his ears forward. He's really listening. Some good steps in the rein back. Super steps in the medium. She's got to save some for the extension though. You will want to see a clear difference between the medium trot strides and the extended trot. Needs to be wary of the rhythm in the walk. Better here through the extended walk, but not really covering much ground. Want to see a really clear 4-beat. So this is where she's going to have to be careful now going into the collective walk. You can see that Dante's just getting a bit excited. He knows that the trot is coming up. Autumn doing a good job of managing and containing that energy. Nice balance through the circle. Can see the walk has lost her quite a lot of marks there, so let's see what she can do in the rest of the test. She's had a few moments as well when the horse's tongue has come out, and so she will lose marks for that, unfortunately. There, you could just see it pop out again before she picked up the canter. Good changes so far. Again, some issues with the tongue, which is just pulling her marks down, and you can see them slowly going down, and it's not because she's making mistakes. That one was a little late though. But yeah, it's this tongue that is causing a lot of issues for Autumn. And they're really having to mark this down. She's pretty much losing 2 marks per movement. What a shame for Autumn, Vavrick and Dante. A really super horse, a well-presented test. But the tongue was out, especially for that second half of the test. A real pity for Autumn today. That's made such a big difference for her score.
The FEI would love to represent the United States overseas. When not riding, she enjoys going to the movies and taking care of her chickens and retired horses.
So just waiting for one more score to come through. So much to like for this combination. But that was very, very costly. Everything was really super, but she was consistently losing marks because of the tongue. And so I think if she can sort that issue out, I don't know if it was a one-off today or whether it's a consistent issue, but hopefully she can come back even stronger later on in the week, because there is definitely a high 60, maybe a 70% in there.
Just working on the score here, we can announce the overall score is 62.939.
So as you just heard, it's 62.939, and that puts her into 17th individually. We'll have to just wait and see for the team score for Region 2 and 8. But now we move on to the final combination from Canada. It is Anaka Kening, and she is riding Francis. Anaka is 17 years old. This horse is 13. It is an Oldenburg gelding by 50 Cent, owned by Andre Kening and Elsbeth Hansen Kening. Didn't quite establish the initial halt, but lovely cadence here in the trot. You can see the lovely lift this horse has naturally. Just be a little more consistent to the contact there in the half pass. Nice and square behind, not quite matched in front. Nice activity in the walk. Could just have a bit more freedom of the shoulder for the bigger marks. But a lovely stretch here. some fairly nice ground cover, but keeping that regularity of the walk nicely. Just losing a bit of the balance there in the pirouette to the right. It's stuck on the way out. Just overall so far, I think the trot has lovely cadence. It could just have a little bit more energy for the bigger marks. It's consistently scoring 6.5, some sixes, which of course is averaging out at around 63.5%. But with a little bit more jump, a little bit more pizzazz, I think this horse could definitely get up in the sevens. I was just about to say she's going to want it really in front of her aids in the canter to make sure that it doesn't have any mistakes in those changes. And there you could see a really nice aid for the canter flying change, but was just left behind in the hind leg. So come on, you want that jump. Good. Generally, it's just a little bit long, and if she could just get him a little bit more together, a bit more engaged. Yeah, so a nice canter flying change there. However, it was quite late, not quite on her aids. Right now. Yes, good. Seems to have a lovely laid back temperament, but sometimes you just want these horses that are more naturally relaxed to still have that push, still have that fire in their belly to want to go. And sometimes as a rider, we have to generate that ourselves. She's doing a great job of managing this horse, and has done such a lovely, well-presented test. You just know that there's more in there. So that is Anaka Kening and Francis.
Anaka Kening with Elizabeth and Andre Kening. So Francis 11.
A nice harmonious pair.
And I can just give
Their
you
personal best 65.404. And I think they're going to be just a little lower than that today.
192.03. Annika is currently attending Arizona State University. And in her free time, she loves music, reading, and spending time with friends, also involved.
And here we go, 64.515. And into individual 14th place there for Annika. So she was the final rider to go for Team Canada. So hopefully we'll see in just a moment's time what that does for the Canadian team. No drop score for Canada. Just 3 riders in the team, but that puts them into bronze with 196 overall.
A score now of 196.0 puts them now into the bronze medal position. So, antepenultimate in this.
Now we move on to region 7, 4 and 5. This is Carmen Stevens and she rides Fox. Carmen is 18 years old and she rides 11-year-old Canadian warm blood gelding out of a quarterback mare. Sire is Fabregas, owned and ridden by Carmen. Their personal best 62.545%. So Carmen Stevens now and Fox for region 745. Great energy here in this trot. Nice through the circle. Could just have been a little more uphill. Pretty nice into the halt. Nice and still in the contact. Some good steps in the rein back. Just needs to be wary of the balance through there. Nice transition into the walk. Stays really nice in the frame. Marching through the walk, good activity. Needs to make sure that a bit of tension doesn't creep in here in this collective walk. She needs to maintain that relaxation in the steps. Pretty nice through the walk pirouette. Could have had a bit more activity for the bigger marks. Could have been a bit more centered. Yeah. Oh, see, she went for a smaller one that time and then it stuck. And this is the fine line that riders need to play between these walk pirouettes. Is do you go for a slightly larger pirouette and risk losing maybe a mark to a 6? Or do you risk going really small and it's sticking like that? I mean, she got higher marks for the one that was a little bit too big. She got anywhere from a 6.5 to a 5.5. And then the one that stuck was from a 4 to a 5. So needs to be wary of the rhythm here. Nice to start. Yeah, much better. medium trot. She just lost the balance and therefore the rhythm got affected, but that time was really super. It's looking like it might be a personal best for her. She needs to keep this level of work up. Really good there, and the flying change could have been a bit more uphill for the sevens. Yeah, needs more suppleness in this half pass. You can see a bit of a head tilt and not enough bend. The rhythm sometimes here in the canter isn't quite that 3-beat rhythm that you'd want to see. But she's managing to get nice, clean changes. And again, there in the half pass, you'd like to see more suppleness to the bend. So into the final halt for our penultimate rider. It is Carmen Stevens and Fox for regions 7, 4 and 5. Their personal best 62.545%. Trending around 63.9. She'll creep into the 64%. And it is a 63.939% into individual 16th. So let's see what that does for the team score.
C 64.545, M 64.848, and B is 63.03. And that's going to get
so that puts the region into gold medal position with a total score of 198%. So they've guaranteed themselves a medal today with just one rider. Sorry, no, 2 riders left to go.
Carmen Stevens will be attending University of Michigan this fall to pursue a degree in nursing. Outside of dressage, she enjoys reading, baking, and anything outdoors and all things animals.
So yes, 2 left to go. 1 for region 6 and 1 for region 3. So in now region 6, it is Olivia Marts, and they're riding Rihanna Yamas. Olivia is 16 years old, and she is riding this 16-year-old. It's a lovely mare, owned and ridden by Olivia. So Olivia Marts and Rihanna Yamas. Very striking horse. Nice and light-footed. Lovely bend and balance through the 10-meter circle there. Lovely in the frame. Just leaving that left hind leg out in the halt, but some good steps in the rein back. A super score. Lovely marching here in the walk. Good stretching. Needs to keep his concentration. Just take that stretch down a little more. But really clear walk. Super pirouette. An 8 from one of our judges, a few 7s. Yeah, keeping the activity, keeping the stepping, keeping the rhythm. Nice suppleness through this lateral work. Just needed to maintain the bend through the whole half pass there. Super. Showing a difference between the medium and the extended trot. Lovely up into the canter. Just dropped a little bit below 70%. She's still well and truly into the lead. And this is going to do a lot for Region 6. Super change. Lovely. Unfortunately, they had that little mistake at the end of the half pass right. Yeah. Keep the canter. Lovely. Really nice suppleness. Lovely to the bend. She's riding a super test. This is going to be a personal best. It's looking like it's going to go into the lead. There we have it for Olivia Marts and Rihanna Yamas. What a super, super test. Oh, let's see if she can get into the 70%. Just that one little mistake after the first canter half pass where it just broke back into the trot, but sevens pretty much the whole way through. Their PB is 65.8, so they've absolutely smashed that. A really super test, lovely flying changes. As I said, it was just that first canter half pass where she lost the bend and then unfortunately just fell out of the canter slightly. But such a harmonious pair, so much to like. And it is 69.727. She goes individually into the lead. You can see there the judge at E giving 70.303. That is our first score on the board over 70. So that's really helped Region 6. But unfortunately not enough to put them into the medals. It is 187.03 to put them into 6th.
And that means that they now have a score of 187.03.
So our final combination to go is Justine Boer and Campanero HGF. They are representing Region 3. This is a PRE gelding owned by Hampton Green Farm. Justine Boer, her PB 66.414. She's 17 years old. This horse 11. So our final rider to go, Justine Boer and Campanero HGF. Unfortunately, they had an incorrect depart where the horse came out of the halt in canter rather than the trot. Lovely there in the shoulder in. Lovely halt. Not entirely square, but it was lovely balance in. Lovely here in the walk, really marching. Super ground cover in the medium walk. Hopefully that score will creep up. Now, just those few mistakes at the beginning where she got 4s for 2 of the movements have been very, very expensive. Lovely stretch in the extended walk. Oh, that's a shame. Again, another miscommunication. The aid for the walk pirouette is very similar to the aid of the canter. You can see there she's just putting her outside leg back, and the horse obviously miscommunicated that. A really lovely horse, beautifully uphill. Nicely on the aids up into the canter. Maintaining a really nice frame. Keeping the pole at the highest point. Got a really lovely jump to the canter. Keeping a good rhythm. See the score climbing now. Yeah, good changes. Nice and through. Yeah, lovely bend. She's really going for it there in the extended canter. What a great job she's done of clawing back the marks in this second part of the test. She was around the mid to late 50s and now she's in the mid 60s. A very, very good job by Justine Boer and Campanero HGF for Region 3. Some super work in the canter. Just a real pity about the start of the test. Just a few too many mistakes holding her back from getting into the higher 60s. But as I've said, there's still a few more days of competition left to go. We've got the individual and the freestyle later on this week. But Justine was our final competitor in this junior team class. So we'll wait to see her score. And then it is 64.849%. So that puts her individually into 14th. But what is that going to do for the teams? She goes individually into 14th. So Region 3.
A percentage of 64.849 means that they take the gold medal.
So, Region 3 have gone into gold medal position with 198.455. Justine has been instrumental in helping them pick up that team gold medal. Very close between our teams. So here you can see Region 3 take the gold. My goodness, very, very close between the top two. Region 9 in bronze with 197.302. Region 1 in fourth with 196.579. Then 196 for Canada. Region 2 and 8 on 192.03 and Region 6 on 187.03. Very, very close there between the top five especially, but look at the gap between Region 3 and Region 7, 4 and 5. So Region 3 are our gold medalists. Congratulations to all of our riders today. 26 riders coming forward in this FEI Junior Team competition here at the North American Youth Championships. We have a great lineup of competitions for you this week. Later on today, starting at 2:30, we have the FEI under 25 into 2 class. So 5 competitors coming forward. So at 2:30 this afternoon, our under 25 into 2 class. And then tomorrow we have the FEI Young Riders team competition, 24 riders coming forward. That also starts at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Then on Friday we have the junior individual class. That starts again at 8:30 with the FEI Grand Prix under 25 at 2:30. On Saturday, we then move on to the Young Riders individual in the morning, and then in the evening at 6 o'clock, we have the Grand Prix freestyle. Sunday, it is the turn of the junior and the young rider freestyle. So really, really packed out day and a packed out week for these junior, young rider and under 25 combinations. So make sure you stick with us for the entire week. I will be back though at 2:30 for the under 25 into 2 class. 5 combinations coming forward for that class. 4 from America, 1 from Canada. So join us back at 2:30. We will be joining you now though with the prize giving for the junior team.
once again, we say a huge thank you to USDF, our title sponsor of the 2024 North American Youth Dressage Championships. USDF is proud to support the North American Youth Dressage Championships and wishes all athletes the best of luck. Their sponsorship of this event, partnered with the numerous offerings for youth education and recognition in place, is just further proof of the United States Dressage Federation's dedication to education, recognition of achievement, and promotion of dressage, and based on the athletes competing here. They couldn't be more excited for the future. Explore the many opportunities and resources available through the USDF at their website, usdf.org. That's usdf.org, your connection to dressage education, competition, and achievement. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have lined up our gold, silver, and bronze medalists. I'm going to invite our gold medalist to dismount and stand. And ladies and gentlemen, your bronze medalist
So
for the 2024.
here's our prize giving, the bronze medalists for the junior team competition. It is Region 9.
Bennett McWhorter, Mallerie McCumber, MK Connatser, Team Region 9, bronze medal.
That is Adelina Bella, Mallerie McCumber, and MK Connatser and Bennett McWhorter.
Delegate Gotthilf Rieksinger. He will be presenting the medals, and George Williams, USDF President and USEF Youth Coach and Pathway Program Advisor, will be congratulating and handing the flowers.
Congratulations to all of the bronze medalists there from Region 9. And the silver medalists are Region 7, 4 and 5. Claire Tucker, Carmen Berlu, Carmen Stevens. A fantastic team of 3 there receiving their 3 silver medalists. And then
Benjamin Farber was their chef d'équipe.
Finally,
Marsha Lewis
it is
was chef d'équipe of our bronze medal winning team.
It is Region 3, our gold medalists. It is Virginia Woodcock, Alexis Troutman, Justine Boer, and Alice Burley. A fantastic team that have picked up that junior team gold medal. Congratulations with 198.455. Incredibly close between all of these riders on the podium now. So huge congratulations to all of our riders. As I said, we will be back later on this afternoon at 2:30 for the under 25 intermediate 2. But well done to all of our junior riders today, all 26 of them, but especially these riders on the podium right now. But we will see you very, very shortly for the under 25 into 2.
So I'm going to invite our riders to face the flag and ask you all to rise as we play the anthem of the country of our gold medalists. Please all rise as we play the anthem of the United States of America. Many congratulations. Going to invite you now for a group photograph of our medalists, the gold, silver, and the bronze together. And we congratulate all of you. We do congratulate everybody making it here to the North American Youth Dressage Championships. I'm going to invite our gold medalists to remount, those that did most of the work. Campanero HGF, Merle Gordon, Sans Souci, Happy Feet, and S-Classic Conversion, Cav 1. Please join your partners, and I will be inviting you to a victory lap, our silver and bronze. Either stay there and watch the victory lap, or you may leave. So, gold medalists. Going to invite you to enjoy your lap of honor. So there we congratulate Justine with Campanero, Virginia with Mulligarden, Sans Souci, Alexis with Happy Feet, Alice Burley with S-Classic Conversion. There are your gold medalists with that score of 198.455. And we'd like to say a big thank you to our officials, Scott Hilfrixinger representing the FEI, and George Williams representing our sponsor, USDF. So that is one of our team competitions down. We have Young Riders team tomorrow, but later on after lunch, we have our individual intermediate 2 for the U25 competition, and that will start at 2:30.